Alright, so let's start today right away. I think I'm gonna spend 6 hours today and then play some poker later. So the algorithm to convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit is the The algorithm to convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit is the temperature in Celsius times 9 divided by 5 plus 32. We are given a variable Celsius representing the temperature in Celsius. Use the variable Fahrenheit already defined and assign it the Fahrenheit temperature equivalent to the given Celsius temperature. Use the algorithm mentioned above to help convert the Celsius temperature to Fahrenheit. Celsius plus 32 times and divided by 5 plus 32. Yeah, easy one. Reverse the provided string. You may need to return the string into an array before you can reverse it. This one's kind of hard because I don't remember what to do exactly. Reverse the provided string. You may need to turn the string into an array before you can reverse it. You need to turn the string into an array. How to turn the string into an array? Your result must be a string. I don't remember how to turn a string into an array. Trying to get in my memory if I remember something about it. Well, this most obvious thing to do would be like something like this, but I think this is wrong, because this is gonna take this string and just gonna make it equal to an empty array. Maybe push, string.push. Maybe I create a variable first. Although I don't think this is the best way to do it. What's string push? No, I'm gonna think about it. So I have this string, I wanna push the letters of the string. Yeah, but how do I know how many letters the string is gonna have? String push string. A dot push string. It has to be, but then it's not gonna revert. So how can I revert this? I reverse the string. Turn into an array and then reverse it. Maybe a for loop make more sense. Let's try a for loop. I equals 0, I less than length, string dot length, I plus plus. Okay, so this goes to the length, and I want to push reverse. So how can I start from the, when I start from the end? If I remember correctly, the end, the last value of a string is -1, the index. Or maybe if I push, just push, without push. I is not defined. Oh, I forgot. I always forget this. Should put this variable thing before I. String I. And let me see. Console log. Okay. So this is not inverting the thing. It just pushes to the end. Maybe on shift. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Now it's reversing the string, I think. So at least past one should return a string. Should become hello, but it is. Oh. No. Let me do something like this. Oh, it is printing the reverse one. So what's wrong here? How the hello should come? What's wrong here? It takes the string and then shifts, starts from H and then now L O. Oh, maybe it's because this is an array. I need to turn it into a string. That's the problem, I think. So how can I do that? How can I turn the array into a string? How do I turn an array into a string? And then outside statement returns a string. think I'm gonna DuckDuckGo it. Maybe there's something on the sides as well. Things expression operators. No. Statements and declarations. Yeah. Array. Here we go. So I'm gonna take each element of this array here and put it on a string. Unify them in one single string. Without knowing necessarily the size of the array. Right, and index array. Maybe I can use that dot 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 notation. Another loop. This removes from the end. Maybe shift. And one shift and then shift. I think this is gonna work, but I don't think that's what I'm supposed to do. Maybe there's an easy way. A dot length. An easier way, actually. Why is this a problem? Oh, because this is not a comma. So now I wanna shift J. Put this here. And this should give me the values outside of this. Now it's just gonna take everything out of this string again. And that's not necessarily what I want. No, 0 and 2. Yeah, I don't think this makes sense. This splice might be. JavaScript arrays are zero indexed. First element of an array that index 0, and the last element -1. Could equal to the value of the array's length, property -1. Using an invalid index number returns undefined. Yeah, know that already. Oh, maybe I think I know what to do. If I make this equal to outside of the loop, string equals but this I don't think is gonna work out. Length -1. Why is this thing not working? 3-dot notation. Sure, forgot the name. What if I erase this? No. If I just do this. Yeah, maybe I can't use this notation here. Array elements are object properties in the same way that true string is a property. To be specific, however, true string is a method. Nevertheless, trying to access an element of an array as follows throws a syntax error because the property name is not valid. True string is a property. What is true string? Maybe I can create an object also. What if I make a string inside of it? I just add this string to the last one. And this obviously not gonna work. I do the string here. And I add them up. I don't think this site has anything that is gonna teach me how to do that. Index of yeah. Hopefully there's something here that can help me. Choose string is the method. Choose string method returns the string with all the array's values separated by commas. Let's use that and see what happens. So it's the array, then dot choose string. Dot true. Maybe I should be inside of, outside of the loop. No. Choose string. It didn't do anything. Let me put it outside of here. And get this one. Then console here. It still just gives me the same string. It's because I put 2 times the console log and did it from here. Yeah. Maybe it has to be inside of the loop. Doesn't change anything. Okay, so that's not the way. This method not change the original array. Maybe the string goes inside of here. Yeah. Array prototype choose string map. But I want to eliminate the commas also. Prototype choose string. And maybe string goes inside here. Oh, it's saying A is undefined. Maybe it's like this. Concatenate it. Maybe if I concatenate. Let's think about the options I have. I can make an object, and then I can move the object like that, make the object a string, an array. But then how would I make it back to a string? It's not different than what I'm trying to do. Then I can use this concatenated, which I remember using in some exercise as well. If you want to use a different character as a separator for array elements, then you can use the join method. Similarly, this method can also be useful if you are using commas, but want to insert blank space after each. Let's see. I think I'm gonna copy exactly like this and copy it. A.join. Yeah, doesn't work. Oh, maybe it's because I'm logging the A, not the string. makes more sense. So how do I remove the comma? No. Maybe that's it. Hey, let's go. Did it. Now let me see the solution they say. Great thing about the join method is that it allows you to manually specify the separator character. Concatenation. Yeah, just simply using the array plus a string. This will convert the array elements into a string, with each element being separated by a comma. Although this method works, I would personally advise against using it. Firstly, in my opinion, it feels sacky. Secondly, it makes our code far less readable, as the intent of the operation is not as obvious. So in conclusion, do not type with the separator being a comma, then simply use the choosestring method. If you want to use a custom separator or add a blank space after the comma, then use the join method. And plus operator, array join, string concatenate. Oh, so it would be a.concat and then a string inside. Yeah. We need to take the string and reverse it. So if it originally reads hello, it will now read hola. You can solve this challenge by creating a new string, initializing it to a blank string, and then iterating the string starting from the last character to the first character, and then concatenating each character to the new string. Yeah, but they say you might need to turn into an array. And that solution feels like it is easier to do it. And making automatically a string instead of an array. But how would you push through the string? So I'll just create a new string, initializing it to a blank string, then iterating the string starting from the last character to the first character, and then concatenating each character. I think should be a then here instead of the. After iterating through all the characters in the string, you return the new string. Let's see the solution here. For var reverse string. So we did a loop, for loop. I equals string dot length minus 1. I was where also it creates the variable inside of the string, inside the for loop, and iterates from the end to the start. Yeah, I equals the final length, the index of the length, and I equals or more than 0, then minus 1 each time. It makes the other string equal to the string plus index. Yeah. And these solutions are easier. Dot reverse. Our goal is to take the input string and return it in reverse. Our first step is to split the string by character using split. Notice that we don't leave anything between the single quotes. This tells the function to split the string by each character. Using the split function, we will turn our string into an array of characters. Also, this is the array map. Keep that in mind as we move forward. Next, we chain the reverse function, which takes our array of characters and reverses them. So this automatically reverses the array. Finally, we chain join to put our characters back together into a string, which is the method I used. Then there. Notice once again that we left no spaces in the argument for join. This makes sure that the array of characters is joined together. Okay, let me go to the next one. Return factorial of the provided integer. Oh, this is probably a hard one. Think as recursive function. Factorialize 5. Return factorialize. Num factorialize num minus 1. Oh, this is gonna make an infinite loop. So how do I determine should go into 0? Let's think about it. If the integer is represented with the letter n, factorial is the product of all positive integers less than or equal to n. Factorials are often represented with the shorthand notation and exclamation mark. Yeah, only integers greater than or equal to 0 will be supplied to the function. Greater than or equal to 0. So the factorial of 0 is 1, that's the problem here. Because if it gives me 1, then it's gonna return 0 in my case. If it gives me 0, it's gonna return 0. That's not what I want. Plus 5 should return a number, should return. Yeah, factorialize 0 should return 1. So I want to, maybe I can use a for loop instead of using recursive. And just loop through the numbers until it gets through, and then make an exception case. But is there a way to do it recursively? Let's do a for loop because it's easier, and then think about a recursive way also. I equals 0, I less than no. maybe that's wrong. That I equals number and I minus 1. If it starts, it's always, if it starts equals to num, it has to go until 0. Let me think about this. So if I make it equal to 0, I equals 0, I less than number. So let's say it's 5. Yeah, this is gonna loop until 5. So I think this is correct. And then each time I want to multiply. No. Potential infinite loop detected on true. Can't remember if this order. No. It's like this. So why is this an infinite loop? It's supposed to run until I is less than number. Let's say I have 100 there. And then I didn't consider the case if I, so let me put the if statement here. Num different than 0, this if num equals 0, return 1. I think that's it. Let's test it out. It's giving me an infinite loop warning. So why is this an infinite loop? Let's test it with this. So what happens? Add at Babel preset react. To the preset sections of your Babel config to enable a transformation. If you want to leave it as it is, no. So this is not the right way to type it. Still potential infinite loop. Potential infinite loop. because the number always keeps increasing. That's why. Maybe I did it. I should put I here maybe. Yeah, now I think it works. So this should work. Should return a number, and then the factorial is incorrect. So maybe if I delete this, also incorrect. Now it's not returning 1. Yeah, because this loop doesn't run. Because 0 is not less than 0. So it just returns now. See? So let's think about it. Number is 3. And first time it goes 3. Or maybe it always returns 0. 1. Let's say number is 3. It goes through here and 3 times. Oh, that's not the I here. Has to start from the last one. But if I just make it so this num is gonna make 3 times 3, and the number is always gonna be greater than I. So maybe the problem is the for loop inside there. If I do it like this instead, at I equals 0, but then it can't be 0, the first one. That I equal number now it should be work. It still doesn't work. Maybe the return num should be inside of here. So I equals number, it says 5, starts at 5. 5 is greater than or equal to 5. That makes 5 times 5. 5 equals 5 times 5, which is not the case. So I minus 1, maybe. I don't know if I can do this notation here. It doesn't make sense because it's not an array, right? maybe just num times times like this. Let's see. Your loop will always return 1. Yeah, that was what I was suspecting. But then should I put the condition outside here? Because if it's outside of the loop, it's not gonna work as well. Maybe I should put return num here. Before. No. I think this loop is correct, right? And now this is correct as well. And how can I say different or greater then? Your loop will only run once if you have a return inside. Or not even once, it will run until it meets the condition. So maybe I can do it like this. And 0. But if it is different than 0, then it's gonna be greater because it doesn't accept negative numbers. Maybe let me try to put 1 equal sign here. Yeah. Doesn't work. Let me think about this. Let me put this on the tutor and see what happens. Okay, so far so good. Manufacturer is number 20, which is 5 times 4. Also, it runs to the function again. Oh, it runs one time only. it only does 5 times 4. Now we're setting I to num and when until I, so it's not running. Yeah, so the problem is inside here, right? But if I make it 0, it's not gonna run as well. I need to start, I need I to start at a bigger number than the num. We're saying I to num and I until I greater than or equals num. Try writing down step by step what you're trying to do. That always helps. Let me think. It's because I know what I'm trying to do. The issue here is this I equals num, because it has to be bigger than num. Each time the loop goes, it decreases by 1, right? If it starts equal to number, then it has to be smaller, maybe. But then it gives an infinite loop. Because the number always increases also. That's the problem. Because the number always increases, it can't be related to the number, I think. This condition is probably wrong, right? Maybe it's greater than or equals to 0 here. No, still doesn't work. So if a number is 5, 5 equals I. And I is greater than 0. Let me put this on Python tutor and see what happens. That's the issue, right? But inside of the loop, I think it's fine. Is that way to do it? Now I have some issues with your logic. And you still have the return in your loop. So this is the problem, right? But can I make an else if inside of the thing? Like this? Doesn't make much sense. Because if I make outside of the loop, it's doesn't work, right? Maybe instead of doing as if I do, let's see. So this should close here. Let's see what's wrong with this one. Number equals 0, return 1. So apparently this is working. because this one works. The one that's not working is the loop here. Maybe I put greater than. No. So it starts off with I equals number. So it's 4, let's say. Then 4 equals 4 plus 4 times 3. 4 times 3. Then it goes again. But then the numbers never. Yeah. Well, now I is gonna be equal 3, right? But I'm saying that it is always equals number. That's the issue. You can have your if statement to check if num is 0 at the top of the function and return 1. Yeah, I think this one is not incorrect. I think the issue is the for loop. Because here I is changing but the number is not, so every time I make the number equals I make I equals number and then it goes back to the same loop. If that's the case, why is not giving me an infinite loop there? That was an issue. Yeah. Can have statement. So I think this is the problem here. It can't be equal to the number. Can I make just without? No, I have to make I equals something. And the number is gonna change every time, so I can't be in relationship to the number. Let me see what happens on this thing. Not sure. It does make I equals 4. Oh, and it's always making 5 times. That's the problem. Because it catches the number not. So I need to make the number go down each time. So, but if I make num equals num minus 1, it's gonna give me a problem when I multiply. Maybe not. And I don't understand why this can run without being an infinite loop. Let's put this one there, see what happens. "36 steps. So number equals 4. Then it's gonna make 4. Oh, what if I put this before, after this? Yeah. Yes, assuming it's always 5. No, because it's gonna be different every time. That should be outside of the loop. But then if it's outside of the loop, it's not gonna work. So I want to make the number smaller every time. If num different than or equals 0. How can I make this happen? Maybe it's if I just put I here instead. Let's see if this works. It starts off with 5. It becomes 25. I becomes 4. It starts off with 25. Because I starts off as 5. So maybe if I do -1 here. Still doesn't work. Five times 4, 20. Five times 4, 20. Then I becomes 4. But number is still 5. Oh, number is supposed to be 20. No. Which is right. 20 times 3. What's the factorial of 5? Why is returning 0 here? Let me try to change this, see what happens. No. Yeah, I said that it stops the function, but let me try it out anyway and see what happens. So why is it returning 0 there? I think I'm gonna pick an easy one. It's supposed to be 120 the answer. This last step. And if I put 1 here. Yeah, there we go. So it was running one extra time and making I equal 0. Because this minus 1 here. Let's see the solution that they did it. The solution should return 1 when the number passed through the function is 0 or 1. Also, the final value returned will be the product of all the numbers between 1 and the number, inclusive. If you initialize the value for the product to 1, then think how you could start at the given number and continue decrementing those number into a specific value while multiplying the product by the number at each step. Recursive solution. Oh yeah, I was thinking about that as well, about the recursive solution. This one starts easily since 0 factorial equals 1. So we can go ahead and simply return 1 there. We can use that as if in order to break the loop, we're going to create using a recursive function. We can use that as an if in order to break the loop, we're going to create using a recursive function. It will check if the number you gave the function is 0, which would be the end of factorial chain. Functions end when they return anything. In fact, all functions without an explicit return statement return undefined. This is also why instead of having finished, a function is always said to have returned. And now this, understanding recursion. Recursion refers to a function repeating calling itself. In this case, we're basically returning the given number, 5, multiplied by the function itself. This time the value passed to the number parameter is number minus 1, which initially translates to 4. The variable function is going to run inside itself, right? Interesting. Yeah. Understanding the flow. The first return value can be visualized better if you think about those parentheses operations you did in secondary school, where you do the math inside every parenthesis from inside out. Bracket and square bracket until you get the final result total. This time we use the same thing with the program flow. In the first execution of the function, number equals 5, so I can no, okay, let's continue. Second execution 4, 33, 1. But its returns can be viewed as 5 times 4, or just end the function will return the result of the operation. Now let's check what the rest of the executions do. During the rest of the executions, no, there's a multiplication between 4 and, so that was what I was thinking before. So make num minus 1 times the function num minus 1, which is the initial statement. Let me save this and try to do it recursively. I'll save here. I think you saved it correctly, so let me reset the lesson. So this is the problem I had. First initial condition, factorialize. Yeah, this is gonna give an infinite loop. It's probably not gonna pass. Yeah. No, -1. So if this is the number, it's not gonna work, right? Maybe I should be an else if also. No greater than 0. Although I don't think it's gonna work also. Turn on. Maybe it's inside of the thing I have to put. Instead of putting outside. Num times num -1. Maximum call stack size exceeded. Yeah, I don't know how to do it like this. I think I'll be right back. Real quick. Let's see if it stopped it. Be right back. this command is not working. Should change the scene. Oh, maybe I have the same scene. Let me. I remember which was which. Yeah, now it works. Shift 3 and Shift 4. So what does this do? Let me copy this one so I don't lose it. Now let's see what this one does. It might give me an error. Thank you for following Eckling. I think this is gonna break because it's probably an infinite loop. So how can I make it stop? Maybe else if greater than equal 1. Yeah, still giving me an infinite loop. Because the number is always the same, right? Each time, so this is gonna be inside of here. This is gonna be inside of here when it calls. So this has to decrease each time. That's probably not the right way to do it. I think it has to be outside of this function. Or maybe I just put I just leave this outside of here. And then just put a statement here. That would be the easiest way, I think. If I put a statement here, like this. And it still give me an infinite loop. Let me think about it. So 5, what's gonna do? 5 here. Make 5 times 5, 25. Or maybe it's gonna be 25 minus 1 here instead of what I wanted to do. And then it's never gonna stop because each time is greater than the other one. So how can I make it decrease each time? I have to create another variable too. There's no other way around it, I think. Because if I don't create another variable, it's gonna increase because that's the result it's asking for. Is there a way to do it just with this statement here? There must be a way. Yeah, but I don't see it because the answer increases. If I should decrease at the same time it increases, it doesn't make sense. So I have to put another variable, I think. That's the other way. That's the only way. Let's see the solutions. Well, first let me try to put another variable just to see if it works. If I is greater than less than 1, I equals number for this type. But if it is equals number, it's always going to increase. So yeah, I think I'm gonna look for the solutions. Because it's gonna be the same thing as the for loop, same logic. And that's not what I wanna know, if it's possible or not to do it. So this is the same solution I did. Not the same, but similar one. But how does making num and decrease each time works? Return product. So he makes another variable equals 1. He makes the other way around. 1 times 5 in the beginning becomes 5. And then becomes 4. Yeah, though, let me put this on the Python tutorial, so how it works. Code explanation. Since the return values for the function will always be greater than or equal to 1, product is initialized at 1. For the case where the number is 0, the for loop condition will be false, but since product is initialized as 1, it will have the correct value and when the return statement is executed. For all numbers pass to the function which are greater than 1. The simple for loop will decrement number by 1 each iteration and recalculate product down to the value 1. Yeah. I'm gonna put it here to visualize it better. So starts at 1, then becomes 4. The product is still 5. So since the product is still 5, is gonna multiply each time by lower number. One thing that I don't understand or is confusing to me is how is it possible that the product is 5 if it is initialized as 1. But I think it goes back to what the other guy said yesterday, that the variables can take multiple values. Because each time is like you're assigning a different value to the same variable, and it's changing the thing. But in my mind, it should reinitialize to 1 every time because of this statement. And I don't understand exactly why it doesn't necessarily. Yeah. Let's see the other solution. This is the recursive one. Oh, it's the same thing I was doing, but in the uses triple equal sign. I was doing it like this before for the design stuff. Yeah. Maybe I did something slightly wrong. Now it's right. Interesting. Because it's multiplying, and since this statement is always making -1, it's gonna call this function again. And stack 1 in. That makes sense. Let me see how this works. So yeah. After you look at the solution, it becomes so intuitive and easy. Turn factorial. So it makes a function with 2 arguments, and then it uses recursion again. The arguments is decreases, and the function multiplies the number each time. In this solution, we use tail recursion to optimize the memory use. Tail recursion. Don't think I learned about this yet. In traditional head recursion, the typical model is that you perform your recursive calls first, and then you take the return value of the recursive call and calculate the result. In this manner, you don't get the result of your calculation until you have returned from every recursive call. In tail recursion, you perform your calculations first, and then you execute the recursive call, passing the results of your current step to the next recursive step. This results in the last statement being in the form of return recursive function params. This solution, with each evaluation of the recursive call, the factorial is updated. This is different from the head recursive solution where all evaluation calculations are stored on the stack until the base case is reached. So instead of stacking each one, it deletes the previous ones because every time it updates the value. Yeah, this one is retains everything in memory, I think. Wow. Yeah, that's right. Then it multiplies everything and returns the final value. Let's see the other one. I'm still creating these frames, which I thought it wouldn't be. Oh, it performs the calculation every time. That's the difference here. And it already returns the value instead of doing one more last time at the end. It's a simple function that adds the first n natural numbers. Here's a simple JavaScript implementation that uses recursion. X plus x sum. If you call the x sum is blah blah blah. Note how every recursive call has to complete before the JavaScript interpreter begins to actually do the work of calculating the sum. Yeah, exactly. Calculates only at the end. Here's a recursive version of the same function. So, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna remember this, but it's good to know. Because at least I know it's a possibility to search for in the future. Here's the sequence of events that would occur if you called the recsum 5, which would effectively be the recsum 50 because of the default second argument. The tail recursive case, with each evaluation of the recursive call, the running total is updated. Let me close this. See the fourth solution, then I'll move on to the next one. It's the same tail recursion. Oh yeah, I remember about this, but so this is similar to if-else statements. This is the if statement, then this is what's supposed to happen, and this is the else statement. New array num dot fill undefined, and this I don't think I saw it yet. But reduce product val index. It creates a function inside of this thing. Product times index plus 1. And then it closes brackets there. Yeah, I don't understand this one. Code explanation. This solution we used reduce function to find the factorial value of the number. We have created an array which has length num, and we filled all the elements with the array as undefined. In this case, we have to do this because empty arrays couldn't reducible. That's a weird statement. You can fill the array as you are rich, by the way. This depends on your engineering site completely. In reduce functions accumulator is calling product. This is also our final value. We are multiplying our index value with the product to find factorial value. We're setting product's initial value to 1 because if it was 0, products gets 0 always. Also, the factorial value can't calculate for negative numbers. First of all, we're testing this. Here. So this one takes less steps to do it. Yeah, but I'm not sure if I understand it. Really confusing stuff. So the first call is the function here. Then inside of this stuff, number equals 5, fill, dot fill undefined. Which I don't know what it means. Dot reduce product val index. Val is probably value. So it creates an array and then puts the numbers inside of the array. Product times index plus 1. Because the first index is 0. Yeah, man. I don't know about this one. Understanding this thing. Probably here there's something about reduce. Yeah. But I don't want this prototype thing. r.reduce. Callback accumulator current value index array. Initial value. So the last argument is the initial value, which is 1. Then the index. Callback. Product value index. A function to execute on each element in the array. So it's always calling back the product function. So product is a function. No, product is just the value of the previous one, maybe. Yeah, the previous number. Because it's array now. No. Product 1, value undefined. Index 1. because of this. No, it's not because of that. Callback. A function to execute on each element in the array except for the first. No initial value supplied. Takes 4 arguments. Accumulator. The accumulator accumulates callbacks return values. It is the accumulated value previously returned in the last invocation of the callback, or initial value, if it was supplied. Current value. The current element being processed in the array. Index. The index of the current element being processed in the array. Starts from the index 0 if an initial value is provided. Otherwise, it starts from index 1. The array reduce is called upon. Yeah, I will never think about solving that question using this stuff. I don't understand it very well also. Well, let's move to the next one. Return the length of the longest word in the provided sentence. Oh, this is a difficult one. The response should be a number. Longest word in a string. And it returns the string dot length. So I think I remember seeing something like this. So what I'd wanna do here. First I need to separate them into words. Maybe I can put them in an array. Using the toString method or concatenate method. So after I separate them into words, I need to see which one is bigger. Maybe that's a too complicated solution. There's an easier way. How do I separate this string into a bunch of strings? Let me think about it. I think I'm gonna write it down like the guy said to do. So the thing is, there's probably multiple ways of doing this. I don't know if there's a way to scan the string and look for words separately. Maybe I can use the regex thing. But then how I'm gonna know which is the biggest word? The test thing is not gonna work on the regex. Dot match also not. Yeah, I don't think it's regex is the way. So I can either try to figure out search inside of the search inside the string, which I don't think is possible, to know which word is the biggest just by searching, because JavaScript is not gonna know the length of the word. It knows the length of the string, but I can use the join thing for strings. Okay, so I can separate them into an array containing each word. And then I compare the arrays, compare the values of the arrays, and return the biggest one. But to do this I need to measure, right? So compare the values of the arrays. How do I measure this? Before I compare, and to measure the value, the length of the string inside of the array, of the strings. Compare the values and return the biggest ones. Return the length of the longest word in the provided sentence. So first I separate them into an array containing each word. Then I measure the length of the strings of each one. And I'm not sure how to do that. Then I compare the values and then return the biggest one. So I know that the join thing is gonna, it's not a function. Maybe it's join.string. Join.string. Join is not defined. So this doesn't work because I don't think well, but the string is the object of the function, so it's not join, it should be split, I think. Yeah, because join joins them together. Hey man, saw the title. dropped in to say good luck. Keep it up. Thank you, man. Thank you for the positive encouragement. And console log. So this doesn't do anything, I think. Maybe if I put a space here. No. I forgot about how to do this. I think it accepts a number right here, I think. Maybe I'll look this on the expressions thing here to remember some of the expressions, because I forgot a lot of them. And what I want to do is strings, right? So maybe I should look for strings first, and then the methods. Here. Yeah, index of. And don't remember. I remember the command, but don't remember exactly how to structure it. String primitives, string objects. So I want them to split in an array. Maybe I can make another variable equal to that. Use a plus operator to append multiple strings together like this. The backslash character and the tree line. Constructor creates a new string object. Performs type conversion when called this function rather than as constructor. I don't think comparing them is gonna be the best way, maybe. Maybe there's a way to look for the bigger value without comparing. Search value for now. Turns the index within the column string object should of the first occurrence of search value. A -1 if not found. Oh, here, we'll call compare. There's a number indicating whether the reference string compare string comes before, after, or is equivalent to the given string sort order. Not what I want to do. Replace, also not what I want. String prototype slice. extracts a section of a string and returns a new string. Maybe this slice works. But we need to do multiple times. It's probably not the way. Split returns an array of strings populated by splitting the calling string at the occurrence of the substring step. Returns an array of strings populated by splitting the calling string at the occurrence of the substring step. So maybe this is what I want. And what is this limit inside? Oh, that's what I did here. So sep and then the limit. No, it doesn't work. Oh, here. Const words equals string split. So it creates another constant. Const string split. So let me see if I do this. Words is not defined. And let me see. So this is gonna make every letter. Now I have every word. Nice. So how can I compare them? Which one is at a different index? So I want to know the value of them, the length. Over the length of the array. Maybe a for loop. So I can loop through them. Let's try. I equals 0. I less than words dot length plus plus so I is less than words dot length, which should iterate over the words thing, which is an array containing all the words. So I want to know the length of each thing, and I want to compare them. So length dot words I. How do I return the biggest one? And how do I compare them? starts at 0, goes one by one. Each element has a string that's over. Maybe an if statement. If words dot if words I dot length is greater than I plus 1 dot length. This is probably not the best way to do it, but I is not defined. Oh, I always forget this. Cannot read length. Cannot read property length of undefined. Maybe it's the other way around. No. Length is not defined, so it's not the other way around. Oh yeah, it's because I have to iterate them. That's the problem. I need to keep them. I need to count the length first. So how can I store the length of each of them? Maybe we can create a new array. With the numbers instead of the words. But how I'm gonna find the biggest value? Let me search for this. I'll just search the biggest value in an array. JavaScript. Here's an array what I try in JavaScript. Turns 3, 199. I want to return just around because it's the biggest number. Is there a better way to use loops to get the biggest value? Using 3 different JavaScript loops to achieve this. Oh, there's that for in loop. But that's for an object, not for... Yeah, maybe there's a way to do like that, but I want to first think about this way. Answer. If you still want to follow the for loop, well, here it is. Zero one's answer. Where's this answer? Oh, here. f.max apply. Yeah, but I can't use this math thing. Var largest equal array 0. Or no. Current number handled by the loop. Var number equal no. Current number handled by the loop. For var equals 0, r length I plus update current number. Compares stored largest number of current number. Stores the largest one. But it still uses math.max. Maybe I can do this, but it doesn't feel like that's what the challenge is asking for. But it's not a number, right? Number equals r or I. So length is not defined. It's not at the end, I think. already tried this. Word is not defined. Words. Number is not defined. Now it's correct. And this goes outside of the loop. And uses this largest equals math. Largest is not defined. So I don't think I can use this function. Because it requires an import. Oh no, var largest. It defines here. Then returns largest outside of the thing. Yeah, this didn't work. It does return a number though, so just not returning the biggest one. Probably because this is wrong. Largest equal math dot max largest number. Compares start largest number with current number. Or maybe I should do it instead of length here. Because otherwise not gonna give me a number. Oh, there we go. Nice. It's probably not the answer they're looking for, but at least it works. So let's see the answers. Let me delete this. Oh, what time is it? It should 22. F.maxima. Yeah, I can't think of another way of doing this without using this function. This largest math dot max to compare both of them. You have to go through each word and figure out which one is the longest and return out the word with how many characters it has. In sit1, you could iterate through each letter of the string using a for off loop. For off loop. Hint 2, you need to figure out a way to keep track globally of the greatest current length. Hint 3. Remember how to get the length of the elements on the array. Array index.length. Yeah. So you need to figure out a way to keep track globally of the greatest current length. Keep track globally. How do you do this? And what's a for off loop also? For dot off loop. I think I'm gonna close this here. The for off statement creates a loop iterating over iterable objects, including built-in string, array-like objects. For variable of iterable statement. On each iteration, a value of a different property is assigned to a variable. Variable may be declared with const let or var. Oh, so maybe this is like the one I saw before, but instead of for in, it's for off. For words, for example, yeah, for words of string. If I do let words equal string dot split. Each iteration, a value of a different property is assigned to variable iterable object whose iterable properties are iterated. For a const value of iterable. For words of string, then what would be this statement? And what's the other hint? Keep track globally of the greatest current length. Yeah, I have no idea how to compare them using this loop. In for-off loops, abrupt iteration termination can be caused by break, throw, or return. In this case, the iterator is closed. Iterating over generators. You can also iterate over generates, i.e., functions generating an iterable object. Do not reuse generators. Generators should not be reused. Even if the for-off loop is terminated early, for example, via the break keyword. Upon exiting a loop, the generator is closed, and trying to iterate over it again does not yield any further results. Iterating over other iterable objects. You also iterate over an object that explicitly implements the iterable protocol. Difference between for-off and for-in. Both for-in and for-off statements iterate over something. The main difference between them is in what they iterate over. The for-in statement iterates over the numeral properties of an object in an arbitrary order, which was the one I used before. The for-off statement iterates over values that the iterable object defines to be iterated over. So one is for objects, one is for values. The following example shows the difference between for loop. Yeah, let's look at the solutions. Just see how they compare the values. So creates a variable equals 0, I equals 0, word length equals 0. And it uses a while loop. Word length equals string dot index of string comma I minus I. If string dot index of equals -1, word length equals string dot length -1. So I is equating this to -1. -1 is the last number of the string, right? Yeah, I don't remember how index of works exactly. I equals I plus word length greater than 0, word length. If it's greater than 0, it's word length. Else, word length multiplied by -1 plus 1. I uses math.abs. If word length bigger than record, record equals word length. If I bigger than string dot length, break. And not sure if I understand this code. Maybe I should put it on the Python tutor just to see how it works. I think I'm gonna do this for all the solutions. It helps visualize what's happening. Zero steps. Oh, I forgot to put the string on the thing. Now it should run. 65 steps. Oh damn. So starts the loop. Word length equals 3, which is the. But how does it know it's a word? Oh, string dot index of. That's how it knows. So this index of separates by word. Mine as well. Oh, it's because it's separating with the space. It makes the space the parameter which is gonna separate the thing. I think I get it now. Then it jumps to this one. I equals 4. Then it goes again to the loop. And then it goes to the next word. So this is for to check for each word. That's what this code does. And then after checks the length of the word, goes to the next one, which determines the value of I. And why you give us 10 to the value of I. Oh, I get it now. The record is the value of the previous word. You should keep track of the, like it said on the example, you should keep track of the global, I forgot how exactly it said. Figure out to keep track globally of the greatest current length. So that's what this does. Record equal length. And record 5. I still don't understand why is I equals 10. No, I equals 16. Word length 3. So it's just, this is just summing up. I is just summing up the values. Word length bigger than 0, return word length, else return word length minus 1. Times minus 1. Oh, is a condition to break the loop, I think. No, doesn't make sense. Or maybe it does actually. No, this is a condition to break. Oh yeah, it's because when it gets to the last one, it's gonna make this turn into minus 1. Now let's see. It doesn't turn I into an int. Okay. If I equals string length. If I is bigger than string, yeah, just counting true, so it makes this statement true when it reaches the length of the string. Now I understand. So the first statement counts the length of the word. Then the second statement keeps track of the I, so it doesn't go into an infinite loop. Then this statement keeps record of the previous words. And each time it gets a bigger one, it replaces. Yeah, now I understand. So function find longest word, variable words equal. Oh, this one is similar to the way I did. String.split, variable max length equals 0. So up until this part is all pretty much the same. If words length bigger than max length equals words length. Oh, so that's a lot easier to do actually. It just goes over the string and it replaces each time. Because the first word is gonna be length 3, is gonna make max length equals 3. Then if it is bigger, any word is bigger, it replaces the value. And then at the end, yeah, it makes a lot more sense actually. Take the string and convert it into an array of words. Declare a variable to keep track of the maximum length and loop from 0 to length of the arrays of words. Then check for the longest word by comparing the current word to the previous one and starting the new longest word. At the end of the loop, just return the number value of the variable max length. Yeah, this was the thing I was stuck on how to compare the previous one with the next one. But it's actually a lot more simpler than I thought. A lot more simple than I thought. And this is the easiest way so far. And probably the best way also. The next length, I'm just gonna go over each of them. Yeah, turns 6. And put this here. using dot reduce. Reduce function term f.max. In case you're wondering about the 0 after the callback function, here is used to give an initial value to the x, so that math.max will know where to start. Yeah, I think I just saw a bunch about that also. Using .map, code explanation. Okay, and math.max string split .map words. Word length. We provide math.max with the length of each word as argument, and to simply return the highest of all. Let's analyze everything inside the math.max parentheses to understand how we do that. And string.split splits the string into an array. Then we will make another array made from the lengths of each element of the string split array of map. So this makes another array made from the lengths of each element, and it already makes another array with the lengths already. So this was the command I was thinking about before. Map for the terms. Finally, we pass the array as our argument for the math.max function with the spread operator. Yeah. Using recursion. Split the string into individual words. Important you see why there. String only has one element to the left that is the longest element. If string.length equals 1, return string 0.length. Yeah, if only has one element, it returns that element. If string 0.length bigger or equal string 1 length, and string splice 1. And this is confusing, most confusing one. The second element's length is greater than the first element. Call the function plus the first element. String 0.length equal less than or equal string 1.length. First line split the strings into individual words, then we check if string only has one element left. And then blah blah blah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the next one. Return an array consisting of the largest number from each provided subarray. Return largest number in arrays. Numbers in arrays. Return an array consisting of the largest number from each provided subarray. So the largest number inside of the array should be this one. Oh no, it returns the one that has the largest numbers. For simplicity, the provided array will contain exactly 4 subarrays. Remember, you can iterate through an array with a simple for loop and access each member with array syntax RI. You iterate through an array with a simple for loop and access each member with array syntax R. So return an array consisting of the largest number from each provided subarray. This is not very clear for me. Consisting of the largest number from each provided subarray. So I should return the array with the largest number. Yeah. This case is 48. True. So it's telling me to create a for loop. I can do the same thing as I did in the before, for them, where I create a variable to keep track of the number and then compare. So let's do for equal or r dot length I plus if ri I don't think I need a dot length, right? Because it's a number, so. Greater than max number. And then I'm gonna initialize the variable there. And return, no, max number equals ri. Else return max number. Return, oh, I'm not gonna return the max number, right? That's the issue. That's the difference. So first I need to keep track of which one is the biggest. Then I need to return the array from which that one is the biggest. Maybe a nested for loop is necessary. So this first one loops through this array here. Then I need another one to max number at max number equals 0 for that jack equals 0. And now I do the cannot read properly length of undefined. Cannot read property length of undefined. Why not? See if I do it variable instead of length. It's not gonna work. I is only we don't. No. So it has to be let. Maybe it's Jack. No? This doesn't make sense because it's the same loop. I think I'm gonna search it up here. No, it's supposed to be I inside there. RI dot length. So I is giving me undefined. Now let me try to build it, and if it's wrong, then I see what happens. The inner loop, you're going to loop through each of the three inner arrays one at a time. Let me think about what I want to do here. So as I'm thinking right now, this outer loop goes through each one of these, and the inner loop goes through each one of these ones. And what I want to do is make an if statement here. If R Jack, but I'm not sure if I can do this. It's bigger than max number, and max number equals R Jack. It's definitely gonna give me an error because of this thing. Not read property length of undefined. Or maybe I can split this array first instead of doing this nested for loop. Yeah, maybe that's easier. Then I need to create a variable, right? So let's try it like this first. If this value is greater than max number equals ri. The problem is this is an array, right? It's not a number. And I want to check the number inside of the array. This is difficult, let me think. Let's run like this and see what passes. This one. It does return an array, this thing. Well, it's because I don't have any return state. Just returns are. Gonna look for the biggest value. So this should keep track as it's iterating of the biggest number. Unless this is an array and this is a number, in which case it's not gonna work because the second time it's gonna be an array compared to another array. And since it didn't give me an error, I think there's not a problem. So then I should turn this max number into an array outside of this loop. No, it doesn't make sense because it's not giving me an array, it's giving me a number. That's the main issue here. I need to look for the largest number but return an array. So maybe I have to split them. r.split is not a function. Why not? I always confuse these things. Maybe split.r. It was split that I used on the previous one. Maybe, probably not. Return an array consisting of the largest number from each provided subarray. For simplicity, the provided array will contain exactly 4 subarrays. You can iterate through an array with a simple for loop and access each member with array syntax are I. Maybe a for in loop inside of the for loop. For max number in Ri. Let's forget about this. What is a for in statement? And maybe you can find it here. Is it easier? Statement and operations. Expressions and operators. No, it's not here. Statements and declarations. Const property in object. For and then no, there we go. For max number in array. So this maybe I can push each value again, transform it back. Nice. It's not an object, but I'm not sure if it works on an array as well. For in loop, it only iterates over enumerable non-stable properties. Objects created from built-in constructors like array and object have inherited non-enumerable properties from object.prototype strict prototype, such as strings, index of method, or objects through string method. The loop will iterate over all enumerable properties of the object itself, and those the object inherits from its prototype chain. Properties of newer prototypes take precedence over those of prototypes further away from the object in its prototype chain. For in loop iterates over the properties of an object in an arbitrary order. See delete operator for more. Online one cannot depend on the seeming orderliness of the iteration. The listing process, blah blah blah. Why use foreign? Given that foreign is built for iterating object properties, not recommended for use with arrays. Not recommended for use with arrays. And options like array.prototype.forEach and forOf exist. And the way this is written is kind of weird. Given that foreign is built for iterating object properties, not recommended for use with arrays, and options like array and forOf exist, what might be the use of foreign at all? Might be most practically used for debugging purposes, being an easy way to check the properties of one. So maybe it's forOf the one that I need instead. Statements and declarations. The forOf statement creates a loop iterator over iterable objects, including built-in string array-like objects. Yeah, that's the one. So for const of status in is off. Undefined is not iterable. Cannot read property symbol. Maybe, yeah, there we go. But this is gonna iterate from the outer array. I wonder if it's gonna iterate to each one, through each one. So for max number of r, max number equal r. Yeah, this doesn't work also, because it keeps track of the number but doesn't keep track of the array in which the number is at. And when I return the array in which the biggest number is located at. And also iterate over an object that explicitly implements the interval protocol. There's the difference between far off and far in. Main difference is on what they iterate over. For in statement iterates over the number of properties of an object in an arbitrary order. The for off statement iterates over values that the iterable object defines to be iterated over. So let me put a return max number statement and see what does this return. Max number equals 0. Why is 0? Why is being equal to 0? Let me delete this part here and see what happens. Block true. Array 0 and 2, 3. Where are the values? So these values are not correct. No, these ones are 4, 5. So let me think about this. Okay, this creates an array of the arrays. So this is the main array. This is the 0, 1, 2, 3. Then block 1 undefined. Block 2 only goes to the first one. Also, it's only iterating over the first number of each array. So I think maybe I need a for loop, nested for loop. But I've seen the other time that's gonna give me a problem here. That I don't know why. Let me delete this. Oh, now it's working. Let's see if this works. No. Let's see what this gives me. So I'm gonna create the for arrays again. 0, 0, 0, and find. Why is not looping through the... makes 2 blocks of I and 2 blocks of J. And only runs through one array. I'll be right back. Let's watch the bathroom. I think I'm gonna search for this. How to search nested. Be right back. forgot to change the screen there. To the be right back one. Probably the way I'm going about doing this is completely wrong. Because I'm taking a number anyway, instead of an array. So there's two things. One is not iterating over all of the arrays on the sub arrays. The other thing is that it's gonna return a number and not an array. And that's the issue I have here, because I need to compare. First I need to get the number, then I need to find that number in the array. And which index I'm gonna use, that's the thing. Code is as follows: fetching nested array value. To run a program, you need to choose the following command. Doesn't help. In ES6, using find and filter, I'm quite comfortable iterating through to find an element in an array using a value. However, I'm trying to get a value from a parent array based upon a value from a nested array, for example in this data structure. Or maybe I can search the here too. Instead. Built-in objects only. But I have a feeling I'm not gonna find this one here. Splice. Maps to concatenate them. Map method creates a new array populated with the results of calling a provided function on every element in the calling array. Maybe if I use that math.max thing. Return element for new array after executing something. Callback function that is called for every element of array. Each time callback executes, the return value is added to new array. The callback function accepts the following arguments: current value, the current element being processed, the array, index, the index of the current element being processed in the array, array, the array map was called upon. Map calls a provide a callback function once for each element in an array in order and constructs a new array from the results. Callbacks evoked only for indexes of the array. So I can use that to create the array back once I found the number. Provide a callback function once for each element. So the function could be the if statement to see, but then I will have to go to iterate through the entire array before doing the map. It's not called for missing elements of the array, that is. May not choose map. Since map builds a new array using it when you aren't using the returned array, it's an empty pattern. Use for each or for off instead. Shouldn't be using map if you're not using the array it returns, and or you're not returning a value from the callback. You're not returning a value from the callback. Parameters in detail. Callback is invoked with 3 arguments: the value of the element, the index of the element, and the array object being mapped. If a disarg parameter is provided, it will be used as callbacks this value. Otherwise, the value undefined will be used as its thing as it has this value. This value ultimately observable by callbacks determined according to the usual rules for determining this seen by a function. Map does not mutate the array on which it is called, although callback, if invoked, may do so. I think I'll need to watch a video on this one. So the first statement is a callback function. Then it has a value, then the index. Mapping an array of numbers is a function containing an argument. This example shows how to use map on a string to get an array of bytes in the thing. It is common to use the callback with one argument, the element being traversed. Certain functions are also commonly used with one argument even though they take additional optional arguments. These habits may lead to confusing behavior. While one might expect when to treat the actual result as one. Parsing is often used with one argument but takes two. Map the array contains undefined. I think I'm gonna search this. And the other one I went to just see. Slice. Splice. Which was giving me incorrect before. Well, now it's working. That's weird. So why is giving me an empty array? If the arguments is here. I was using split, not splice. That's the problem there. The splice method changes the contents of an array by removing or replacing existing elements and or adding new elements in place. And that's not what I want. Greater than the length of the array, start will be set to the length of the array. In this case, no element will be deleted, but the method will behave as an adding function, adding as many elements as items n provided. So starting to use length here. So let's see slice. Start of splice. The slice method returns a shallow copy of a portion of an array, new array object, selected from start to end, and not included, where start and end represent the index of the items in that array. Only for the one I specified there. Yeah. And now we're talking. 0, 5, That's the issue here. Because then I'm gonna have to do 4 of them. And that's probably not the way to do it. I'm just gonna delete this. Let me search for the map thing. To remember. Not to remember, but to understand a little bit better.
Another very useful and powerful method we have in modern JavaScript is the map method. With this method, we can map each item in an array to something else. So following from the example in the last lecture, we have an array of positive numbers. Let's say we want to construct some HTML markup using the elements in this array. So we call filtered.map, and once again we need to pass a callback function here. This function, just like the function that we passed to the filter method, can have 3 parameters: value, index, and array. So in this case, again, we're going to work only with the value, so we can pass a function or an arrow function. So we get a number, and then we're going to map this to some HTML markup. So we can add a string in an opening list item element, then we add the number, and finally the closing list item element. So with this markup, we can display each number using a bullet point. Of course, we need to put these inside of a UL element, and I'm going to show you that in a second. So let's see the result of the map method. I'm going to store the result in a constant called items. And now let's display this on the console. So you can see each number is now mapped to a string. That's our list item. So now we have an array of strings. We can use the join method that you learned about earlier to join the elements of this array and create a string. So constant HTML, we set it to items, the join, and then display this on the console. Now instead of an array, we have a string. Note that by default, comma is used as the separator. We don't want to have comma in our HTML markup. We just want to combine these using an empty character, like this. Save the changes. Now comma is gone. The only bit that is remaining is the UL element. So a very simple implementation would be like this. We add UL, then concatenate it with all these items.
Let me write down what I want to do. So let's think about this. Remember, and return an array consisting of the largest number from each provided subarray. For simplicity, the provided array will contain exactly 4 subarrays. So first I want to find out the biggest number in the array. Then comes the hard part, which is find the subarray in which the biggest number is at. Then we'll return the subarray. So this is the first issue I have, right? How to look for value in a subarray, which was the problem of this thing right here, which is not looping through all the values, it's just looping through the first one. Yeah. To look for a value in subarray. Then I want to know how can I associate that value, because that value is gonna have the index, right? But how do I associate the subarray with the index value, the index of the value of the number. And that's the issue I have here, because I don't know how to link these two things. Find the subarray in which the biggest number is at. How do I associate the subarray? How do I associate the subarray with the index of the value of the number? So a better way to phrase this is, what is the connection between the outside index of the nested array and the index of the subarray? That's the main issue, I think. You need to understand how the index of a subarray, and that's the question I should probably ask. Works. And map, I already know. What is the index of a subarray? Maybe. Of a nested array. Array.subarray. JavaScript subarray method of the PHP programming language will provide the selected array elements in the subarray. Method should not change the array which is original. It is used to get a part of the original array object. It accepts only two parameters. First parameter is starts. It's probably similar to map. So I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Accessing elements of multidimensional arrays. To access the elements. Oh, I think I remember this from previous one. But it was an object, not a. No, it was a nested array. The first one is gonna be the first value, and the second one is gonna be the second value. So that should be a nested loop first. Maybe I can also remove the ones that don't have the biggest number. I think that's gonna be harder to do. This method is used to find the index of the first occurrence of the particular element in the array. If the element is not present, then it will return -1. Maybe I can use the index of max number. This method is used to insert or remove any number of elements from the array. Yeah. I think this to iterate through all the elements of the multi-dimensional array, we need to use nested for loop concept as below. Outer loop is for the outer array. Inner loops for the inner arrays. So this should be working to find the biggest number. Maybe this is Jack instead of I. And obviously not gonna work, but should return an array, which means this is correct because this is gonna return a number here. Or maybe I should delete this. Still, so. Not read property length of undefined. Now this is giving me a problem. Which is interesting. Why wasn't it giving me a problem just now? Weird. nested array is also such to be multidimensional array. One array again have set another array values. Nested array works based on this inner array sets values by accessing with other array name. Explanation bar is set. Okay. It is outer array. It contains all inner array values within it. Value nest value. Okay. Nested array with for loop. And this doesn't have anything very useful for me.
Items, and finally another UL. Save the changes, and here's our HTML markup to display all these numbers using bullet points. Now later in the course I will show you a more elegant way to implement the same thing. All I want you to take away from this lecture is that we can use the map method to map each element in an array into something else. Now in this example we're mapping these numbers to strings, but you can also map them to objects. Let me show you another example. So I'm going to delete this HTML. Let's expand this a little bit more. So instead of mapping a number to a string, let's say we want to map them to an object. So here I'm going to define an object. In this object we want to have a value property, and we want to set that to this number. And finally we want to return this object. Let's look at the result. Oops, I made a mistake. I deleted the HTML constant, and that's why we get this error. HTML is not defined. So let's display the items constant. Now here's the result of our map. We mapped each number to an object with a value property. Okay, very useful.
Let me copy this structure and see if it still gives me a problem there. First, let me put this here. That should be, yeah. Console is not defined. Cannot read property length of undefined. And this is giving me the numbers now. Important, but it only gets the first number of each one. Maybe it's because of the console is not showing. So I guess it wasn't the code that was on. So why it's only going through the first one? Yeah.
Essa é a LHT Systems, a mais completa plataforma de desenvolvimento de aplicações full stack para programação.
Hey, welcome to Draft Academy. My name is Mike. In this tutorial,
It's Mike Dane.
hey, welcome to Draft Academy. My name is Mike. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about creating a nested loop in JavaScript. And then I also want to talk to you guys about creating a two-dimensional array. So a nested loop is a situation where we have a loop inside of a loop. It's kind of like loop inception. And a two-dimensional array is when each element inside of our array is itself an array. And believe it or not, nested loops and two-dimensional arrays go really well together, so I decided I'll just put them in the same video. The first thing I want to show you is creating a nested loop. So I'm going to come down here, and we basically are just creating a loop within a loop. So I'm going to say for var I is equal to 0, I is less than, let's say, 4, and it should be lowercase. And then it's going to be I++. So we have our loop right here. And now inside of this loop, I actually want to create another.
Oh damn.
Hey, welcome to Draft Academy. My name is Mike. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about creating a nested loop in JavaScript. And then I also want to talk to you guys about creating a two-dimensional array. So a nested loop is a situation where we have a loop inside of a loop. It's kind of like loop inception. And a two-dimensional array is when each element inside of our array is itself an array. And believe it or not, nested loops and two-dimensional arrays go really well together, so I decided I'll just put them in the same video. The first thing I want to show you is creating a nested loop. So I'm going to come down here, and we basically are just creating a loop within a loop. So I'm going to say for var I is equal to 0, I is less than, let's say, 4, and it should be lowercase. And then it's going to be I++. So we have our loop right here. And now inside of this loop, I actually want to create another loop. So I'm going to say for var. Now, here's the thing. We already used this variable I to keep track of the iterations for this first loop. So we want to use a variable to kind of wrap your mind around it. You're going to be able to use nested loops, no problem. So I want to kind of try to push you in the right direction of understanding this. So why don't we write out to the document? So I'll say document.write. And I basically just want to print out the values for I and j. So we'll just say I is equal to, and then I, and we'll say comma. So j is looped through all the way for one iteration of the I loop, right? So 0, 0, 0, this is all on the same loop number of I, and j looped through 3 times, which is as many times as it can loop through. So for every iteration of I, j will fully.
It's just the statement inside that is wrong. If I have a different statement here. How I'm gonna do this? Array r jack should give me the value, one of the numbers. And I want to see which one is bigger. Once I have the biggest one, I return our jack, I jack. So let me watch the video.
Run. In other words, the loop inside of J is going to get fully executed. And that's kind of what's happening here. So you can see, like, here's the first execution of I, these three. Here's the second execution of I, these three. And then we have the third and the fourth down there. So that's kind of how nested loops are going to work, is that every time we go through one iteration of this top loop, we're going to go through every iteration of this bottom loop. And there's a lot of situations where that's going to come in handy and we can, take advantage of something like this. So now I want to introduce a topic which is two-dimensional arrays. And two-dimensional arrays and nested loops actually go really well together. So I'm going to show you how we can use them together. First order of business, though, is using this two-dimensional array. So I'm actually going to get rid of this guy down here so we're not printing anything. And I want to create a two-dimensional array. So I'm going to say var number grid. We're going to create like a grid of numbers, and we'll set this equal to an array. So this is just going to be a normal array. But here's the thing. Every element inside this array is going to be an array in itself. So the first element of the array is going to be an array. The second element is going to be an array, etc. So I'll create the first element, and we'll just create an array. And I'm going to give it some numbers. So 1, 2, 3. Then we'll create another element inside of the number grid array, which is going to be an array. So we'll say 4, 5, 6. And finally, we'll just make another one, 7, 8, 9. And actually, why don't we make one more just to kind of drive the point home here? It'll just be 0. So you'll notice that this array down here has a different number of elements than all of these arrays. And that's kind of something that you can do when we're using these nested loops. So if I wanted to access individual elements inside of this number grid, I can do that by specifying the row that they're in and specifying the column that they're in. So just for a refresher, usually like horizontal is going to be rows and vertical is going to be columns. So this would be like row 1, or I guess if we're talking about arrays, this would be row 0, this would be row 1, this would be row 2, etc. And then this would be column 1, this would be column 2, and this would be column 3, or column 0, 1, and 2, because with arrays you always start with 0. So let's see if we can print out some of these elements. Document.write, and why don't we print out this first element right here? So we'll print out this 1. The way that I can access this is by saying
Let me change this. Yeah. Just see what happens. Let me see if this runs on Python tutor.
Number grid, and I actually want to give this a row and I want to give it a column. So the first thing I'm going to do is give it a row. So that 1 is at row 0, so I'm going to say 0. And then we want to specify what column it's at in that row. So it's at column 0, right? So this 1 is at position 0, 0. So let's save this and we'll come over here and it should print out. And actually, I think I have a typo here. Yeah, this should be document, my bad. So over here now we'll be printing out 1. So we're accessing the element at position 0, 0. Let's say I wanted to print out this 9, right? This is in column, or this is in row 0, 1, 2. So it's in row 2. And it's in column.
Another thing I want to do is search for how to look the other way around. If I have the value and I want to search in the array. If I have this nested array in this variable, how do I return the index of the subarrays where the number is present? If I have this nested array in this variable, how do I return the index of the subarrays where the number is present? So the final result should be 1 and 3. Yeah, this doesn't work for me. The solution using array prototype for each and array prototype index of functions. If v dot index of number, yeah, maybe that's how index of is the way to do it. What is v here? Maybe it's r dot index of max number. This returns me. Let me see. Array dot prototype. The index of method returns the first index at which a given element can be found in the array, or -1 if it's not present. Yeah, that's the one I should use. At which a given element can be found in the array. So let's think. So if my logic is correct, it's gonna find. This is gonna find the biggest number. And it's gonna put it here. And this should find the index of the biggest number. And how do I take this index and return it? Return the array in which this index is at. Maybe if I just do return this, then it's gonna give me a number, not an array. R dot index of search element from index. Element should locate in the array. From index. The index should start the search at. So this is option returned by the first index of the element in the array. -1 if not fine. So maybe if I put like this, I don't know if this works, because I want to return the array in which the next number is at. It's probably not gonna work. Yeah. This is looping through each one. Yeah. I don't understand why it's only catching the first number. It's increasing the I before the J. Maybe if I take this off, let's see. Yeah, probably the same thing. What if I take both of them? If I take this whole thing off. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to delete the eject thing. Fuck. Just fixed this error from the last time for code run. It still jumps only 4 times. Why is not going through all of them? Just inside. That's what's weird about it. Maybe if I do it like this here. Cannot read property index of undefined. Let's see what this does.
2 as well. So it's like all the way at the bottom right. And so now we'll be able to print out that 9. Let's say we wanted to print out this 5, which is right in the middle here. That's going to be in row 1, column 1. So that's basically how we can access any of these elements inside of these arrays, is we can use these 2 square brackets here to specify the row and then specify the column. So now let's see how we can use this with our nested loop. Basically, we can use this nested loop in order to write out the contents of the array. So all I want to do here is just spit out the contents of this array. Easy enough. The first thing we need to do is modify some of these values, right? So up here, we're saying I less than 4. But really, what we want this to be is I less than the number of rows inside of our 2-dimensional array. So what I can say here is number grid.length. And this is going to give us the number of rows inside of this length. In other words, or the number of rows inside of the number grid. It's going to give us, 1, 2, 3, 4, because we have 4 rows. And the next thing we want to do is change the number down here. So instead of being number grid length, we want it to be number grid I dot length. So here we're referring to a specific row inside of the number grid, and we're getting the length of that array. So hopefully this makes sense, like why we're using these different attributes. Now, once we've done that, all we have to do is just print out the contents of the array. So I'm just gonna paste this guy that I got from up there. And instead of accessing number grid 1, 1, we're gonna wanna access number grid I and number grid J. And this will basically give us every single element inside of this array. And then after this nested for loop, I'm just gonna create a new line, because this will mean we're moving on to another row. So let's do that. Now when I refresh the page, you'll see that 4, var I is equal to 0.
No, it's not even checking the values. And I guess this doesn't work as well. Hmm. Let me edit this. Hmm. It must be an easier way. Let me delete this code here and see what this is doing. It's still wrong. Still wrong. Should return an array here. This one should be right, I think. Let me see what this does. Well, let me delete this. Sure. Maybe it's just the way I wrote it. No. Or maybe that's it. Let's see. That's probably not, because the first one is right. Yeah, it's not it. maybe it's the other way around. No. Let's see if I delete this code. Yeah. So the issue is this I here, which I don't understand. Oh, I put I here. That's the issue. Yeah. Let's see. Now I think it will work. Hopefully. Yeah, 53. Now it's working. And that was the issue there. So now let's try to put the next number thing. Let's see what happens here. Let's run this. First one is correct. It's not giving me any value for the next number. So if I put Jack here, let's see. Oh, now it's changing the value. Oh, I need to put an if statement, right? Otherwise it's not gonna select the biggest one. Let's copy this. Can you put the brackets here? One true. No. And but this is gonna give me false because max number is 0. So it has to be the other way around. Max number less than the number it selects. Max number becomes. Let's test it out like this. times 4, 5. Yeah, now I think it's working. 27, 32, 1001. Yeah, now it works. Okay. So this is gonna give me, it's gonna make the next number be here. Now I need to use index of. Find which is the index of the number. And then how do I return this? Maybe I can return right away here. Let's see if it works. Don't know if this is a valid command yet. Yeah, I think it doesn't work. Return, doesn't return anything. So let me put this separately from here. Let's see what it does. Oh, maybe I can create a variable. Yeah, that's how I can do it. Going to the loop, done. Why does it go 2 extra times here? Oh, this is after it loops for everything. Then this command makes it go all the way back. Let me try what I'm thinking about. First I'm gonna put this outside of this bracket. Then I'm gonna make this equal a variable. And then I'm gonna return C. Let's see if this works. I have a feeling it doesn't because it's 81 steps. Return value undefined. So C was -1. Oh, maybe I got it, I think. Maybe that's the issue. But then I'm not sure if this is gonna give me the correct index. Let's see. feel like I'm close to getting it right. Not read property 4 of undefined. Let me code this. Because that index of is gonna give me a number. No, it's gonna give me the index at which the thing is at. With that index, I wanna return the array, which is the I array. So C is gonna be equals ij, the index ij, and I'm gonna return the I array. And here's same error. So why does this return -1? That's what I want. I think I'm gonna search for JavaScript, and here I'm gonna do what I did on this code here. Let's see. Now it's not returning here, so it's probably gonna return undefined. I feel like I'm getting close at least to the answer. Maybe I don't need the next number. Once I have the number, I can use index of. Okay, this one is done. I'll find the subarray in which the biggest number is at, which should be the index of thing. Index of nested array. Maybe that map command works better. What is the connection between the outside index and nested array and the inside? Then I want to return the subarray in which that has that index. But since it's nested, that's the problem. Index of.
There's this another function called index of a string, and what that's basically going to do is return the index. And remember our character, when we checked the length, we did char at, this was 0, this was 1, this is 2, and the index of is, imagine you're splitting this up, and that each one of those characters has a slot, right? And in our index of, what we're checking is for a specific character. And so we want to say, hey, what character is our our E on, right? And then we go ahead and reflect, and you'll see, or what index is our E on? You see, oh, cool, E. And then what if we were to throw in an L? You know, where does that start? And you'll see, oh, it's still 1 because it starts there, EL. However, if we were to go ELO, right, with missing an L, we would get a -1. And what that means is it doesn't exist, right? We're in the negative. So it doesn't exist. The -1 is basically saying, hey, this is false via our number -1, and we don't want anything to do with it. Now, another thing that we could do is to say, hey, how about if we want to start from, we say, oh, does world exist in here? Well, good. It does.
It's so close.
Now, if I were to say world, and then I were to pass in 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I will leave it at that. I don't want to complicate this anymore. But one thing to also notice is with all these string functions, most things are case sensitive. So now when we do world lowercase, it's going to return false as well. But index of allows us to see if a character exists, and if so, where it exists, and what we can do with it. Also, when we press, you'll see here L. It doesn't matter how many L's we have. You'll see that it's always returning 2. The reason for that is it's going to return from the front of the string down to the end, the very first one that meets your requirement. So 0, 1, 2, bam. Now,
Hello, in this video I'm going to go over the index of method built into arrays in ES5 JavaScript and beyond. So the index of method is a method you can call on an array, and it allows you to search for a particular element inside the array, and this function will return with the first found index in the array. So if it finds it at array index 3, then it's going to return 3. Also, if it doesn't find the element in the array, then it returns -1 as its result. So before index of existed, let me show you an example of what we might do. Now, just a note, I am using TypeScript, so a lot of what you're going to see is a little on top of JavaScript. You're going to see some type annotations, some parameterized generic types, so that's like
4:47.
Don't worry about that. Just worry about the fact that this is a function I've written that has a parameter.
1 hour and 20 minutes
called search value.
to go.
And that will work fine in JavaScript without all this extra junk on the end of it. What this is going to do, you can see that it created a for loop, and we're looping through the array. So
that's an hour more,
every
actually.
element in the array in sequence, and I'm checking. I'm saying if the array at position I is equal to search value. So if the current value where I'm looking in the array is equal to this thing I'm searching for, I'm going to actually return I. So by the return statement being here, that will return from this function, which means the for loop will be prematurely will exit out of that. And so we stop the for loop and we exit out of the function with our answer, 0, 1, 2, whatever the index is. However, if we never enter this for loop, so if we never encounter the value we're searching for, we make it all the way to the end here and we'll return -1.
This is not
right? We never found it, so we're going to return -1. So that is the generic behavior of the index of function, and this is how you could have implemented it yourself. So if I were to say find index of, I pass in friends as my array and I passed in Jack as the string, then at 0, 1, 2, there's Jack at index 3, so that would have returned that. Find index of friends and I pass in Jim, we look for Jim, we make it all the way in and we never find Jim, so that would return -1. Okay, so without having to rewrite this every time, how do we use the built-in index of method? And it's actually really easy. So for this one, I'm going to say answer equal, we'll say
it's not the same thing.
Dot index of Jack, and I'll console log the answer. And we'll keep going and run both of these at the same time. I'll say answer is...
Yeah, whatever.
In this edition of JavaScript Problems, we're going to deal with a simpler issue, but one that is still important in a lot of applications. We're going to look at how you would search through an array. We will take a look at the traditional methods that have been available for some time. This is using index of or last index of. But we will also take a look at two new methods that were added to the array object prototype with ES6. These methods provide more flexibility when searching for a value in an array. So let's first look at last index of and index of. Now, the syntax of these two statements may be familiar, so this is probably a review for most of you. So let's move through it quickly. First, this is how you would use it. Using the dot syntax, you use either index of or last index of from the array object. And inside of parentheses, you indicate which value you are looking for. The JavaScript engine will then search through every value in the array and return the index or the position of that value when it finds it in the array. So it searches until it finds the value. Once it finds the value, it stops its search. Now, index of searches from the beginning of the array. Last index of begins searching from the end of the array. And as mentioned, it returns the index of that value when found. So if it finds it in the first position, it will return an index of 0. Second position, 1, and so on. Finally, if it cannot find the value, it returns a negative 1. A negative 1 indicates that the value was not found in the array. So let's do a quick example of index of and last index of. So I'll do this in the console. So let's first define.
Real quick. See something. Undefined.
An array here. Just going to use numbers. We got several numbers in there. Now, once that array is defined, I can then search for, say, the number 11. Let's see if that is found in the array, and we'll use index of. Now, inside the parentheses, we put the value that we're looking for, and notice that it returns the index or the position. So 1 is 0, 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4. So 11 is at index 4 in that array. Now, if we were to do last index of, for the same number, we still get the same index. The only difference is it starts searching from the end of the array instead of from the beginning. Now, really quick, what happens if we search for something that doesn't exist? So in this case, search for a 30.
Mine as well.
As mentioned, that is greater than some number, or use some other, whether an array contains something or not. Now, find index and find will return an index or a value. Find index returns the index, the position of the element that matches, where find returns the actual value of that element. That's how we would determine which we wanted to use. If we wanted to retrieve back the value, then we would use find. Now, the second parameter is the index. So we can pass in the index of that element. The third parameter is the entire array. We could pass that entire array in. Now, it's important to note that find index and find will not modify the array at all. So it doesn't mutate the array. All right, so let's look at how we would make this happen. I'm going to jump to Sublime for this part. We already have an array set up. Once again, just some numbers. We're going to keep it pretty simple. Now, the first thing I want to do is define a function.
Don't keep it simple, man.
We call this function over 30 because what I want it to do is to search through the array and find an element that is over 30. Now, as mentioned, the function that we use, that we pass into find index or find, can take 3 parameters. The first by predicate function. Well, that's a function that returns either true or false. And so, for example, I could put an expression like this. So if the element is greater than 30, the element of the array is greater than 30, then we'll return true. That's how we'll know that the element, the function inside the find method. I'm going to actually pass in an anonymous function because I'll define it at the time I'm setting up the find method. So we'll return the results to the variable result. Here's our array that fits in between 5 and 10. Now with find, remember, we get the value, not the index. So if we look back at our array, here's our number 9. And it returned the actual value, not the index for that value. Now, one final note here. When using a lot of the
multi-dimensional array. That's right. I said multi-dimensional array. It's not like ordinary basic array.
Now in order to best demonstrate this, let's start with a basic empty array. So we'll type in bar people is equal to, you can just put the square brackets, and that gives you an empty array. If you want to populate that array with data, you can put your first element in it, and since we have an array of people, let's add another array element. And I'll add 2 more people. So now I have a basic array with 4 elements within it. Now in this line, I'm just going to write some data to the page, so I'll use document.write, and let's refer to the people array, and then let's open and close square brackets, and we're going to put the index position of the element that we want to access. So if I wanted to access Maria, I would put a 1 here. If I wanted to access Joseph, I would put a 0, because all arrays by default start with an index, and there we go. So that's a good way to populate that for Maria, Brian, and since Joseph is the first element, we put a 0 here. Now to access Joseph's name, we would just put a 0, and that accesses the 4th element, which is access that data if you want. So you can go int element in this array, so you put a 1 right here. If you want to get the eye color, you make this a 0. Let's see what we get. Now very quickly, before we show you how to loop over that array, we'll show you how to target these elements indexes for adjusting values. If you ever need to change any of these values, for instance, if Brian's hair color needs to change from red to brown,
Here.
maybe he dyed his hair brown,
Probably.
let's put people, and we'll go to the, where's Brian? He's 0, 1, 2, we'll go to
We're going to take a quick look at a nested array.
Hope this one has the answer.
So that I can access its values. Now this is JavaScript, and what I have up top here is an array, and then right below it, I'm alerting out the value that it's grabbed. So what we're looking at here is
This
that
is
pop-up
just the
is
same.
6. So this is the alert window. That's what I called down here. Alert. And it looks inside the items array that I created up here. And first, it asks for
And how to get
the
the
array
index of a
index
value
2.
on a nested array?
So here are the sub arrays. There's 3 of them. Wrapped.
This is teaching me how to access the value from the index, but what's the other way around?
Give me the value at the so here the window here. So that's how we access the values in the nested, or as we might also know, a multi-dimensional array.
Maybe this one. How to get index of location of a value in nested array in JavaScript. Example of nested array. To get index of a value in nested array, like expected result would be 2, 3. Yeah. I'll explain what is happening here. First we break down test array to this. As you can see here, this array is as much same as above. First layer of array have length of 7, then take a look at the value with location 2. We will see another array being nested to the first one. So here. As you can remember from above, that no value have the same exact location as location 3 in array at location 2 of first array. So we have the first layer location, then second layer location of no. Start in array sorted from first layer to last layer. Yes, the same thing from the other ones. If a nested array have 2 same values, then get location of first value or an array square above each location. And if value is not in the nested array, Could iterate the array and stop if the wanted item is found. Possible, have a look for nested arrays and proceed. Could iterate the array and stop if the wanted item is found. Yeah, so yeah, that's true. I can make another for loop instead of using index of. But how would I search for this? And stop if possible, have a look up for the nested arrays and proceed. I don't understand this code. I do, but it's not related with what I'm trying to do. Find index array, search bar index. For var key in array. To accomplish your goal using the following function. It allows you to use deep index of the same way as you use index of on an array. What is deep index of? Maybe that's the name of the function. Where is it? Deep index of is not a function. Yeah. I'm really confused on how to use this array of numbers and string practicing. Don't have any problems using map method because in my understanding replace R is simple form of a for loop. This returns a new array. Okay. Map methods not loop through the whole array because the index of the array you're looping through is also an array. In this case, numbers is an array, and you cannot multiply an array as a whole by 3. You can concatenate the array, then loop. Maybe we can use regex to map the regex is for strings, not for arrays, I think. I think I'm gonna close this one. Let's create a method on the array prototype that returns all the index space of index of. Same thing from the other ones. A deep index of. Let's say we want to create a utility to also check for objects, arrays, and functions recursively. So maybe if we put it inside of a loop, a nested loop again. For that, index equals 0, index is that. Checks the element in the array is an object or function. If so, blah blah blah. If we have a match, we interpret the loop and return the index. This is too complicated. I don't think that's the way to do it. Maybe if I put prototype here. Yeah. Index of max number. So what I did so far is match the biggest number with max number. And what I want to do is get the array in which this number is located at. Maybe I can use pop. I don't think I even need to create this max number variable here. Oh, I kinda need to, because otherwise I don't have anything to compare it with. So I need to find a way to link this max number. That's how I'm gonna know which I and which j is equivalent to max number. Maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Maybe I can do it like this. Let me see the methods again for the arrays. Removes the last element from the array and returns that element. This method changes the length of the array. To remove element from the array and define if the array is empty. Let's see what this does. The problem is this variable C here. Oh no, 97, huh? Because it's inside of the loop. So maybe let's put it outside here. It's because the thing is not I the value that I want. I want this exact value here. The one that's going to be associated with max number. But I also don't know if I can do this. Probably not, because it's not an index and it's not going to be correct. Let me do this instead. Because each value has an index, right? Inside of the array. Probably looking at it the wrong way, taking the wrong approach. The find index method returns the index of the first element in an array that pass a test provided as function. The value of the current element index, the array index of the current element, the array object the current element belongs to. So this is incorrect. Optional. A value should be passed to the function to be used as it's this value. If this parameter is empty, the value in the find will be passed as it's this value. I don't understand that. No. Here. No, there's something wrong here. Let's give him an error. Maybe this should be equal to something, or maybe it's just this. No. Oh, I think this function is the name of the function that we use. Yeah, that's not how you do it. Okay. You want to check if there's any hints and not just the solution. That get the index of the first element in the array that has a variable specifically. Yeah, none of these sites have what I'm looking for. I think I'm going to close this one. Sure. A problem explanation. We will get an array that contains subarrays of numbers and you need to return an array. The largest number for each of the subarrays. Since you will get an array that contains subarrays of numbers and you need to return an array with the largest number from each of the subarrays. You need to keep track of the array with the answer and the largest number of each subarray. You will need to keep track of the array with the answer. And the largest number of each subarray. So you need to keep track of the largest number of each subarray. Hint 2 can work with multidimensional arrays. Hint 3, pay close attention to the timing of the storing of variables when working with loops. Pay close attention to the timing of the storing of variables when working with loops. How can I store the index of the thing? I feel like I'm so close, but so far away at the same time. Can work with multidimensional arrays. Pay close attention to the timing of storing your variables and working with loops. Maybe I can keep count of how many times that's the I and the J, right? Return max number, man. This will return a number, not the array. How can I count this? Maybe if I put I and J here, outside of the loop as well. Yeah. Well, let's try. Let's see what this does. And it doesn't record. Next number equals thing. It's the number inside of the array, but I want to return the array itself, not the number. Maybe all you have to do is do like this, maybe. Let's see what this do. What this does. Let's see which value it's assigning the number. Max number, no value. Oh, because it's always gonna be 0. Maybe if I do it like this, jack, and then I put a max number outside of it. I bet I have a feeling that this is not gonna work as well. Because it's not what I'm trying to do. So I have a value and I want to get the index of this value. How can I phrase this question? And this should run. Function find index. What's pindex? Yeah, this is the solution I saw before. Yeah, I think 20 more minutes and I have to go. If I can't make it, I will do it to the next day. Jesus. How to find the index where a number belongs in an array. Sorting is a very important concept when writing algorithms. There are all kinds of sort: double sort, shell sort, backsort, consort. Algorithm instructions. Return the lowest index at which a value second argument should be inserted into an array. First argument. Once it has been started, then the returned value should be a number. And that's not what I want. Our goal is to return the index of our number of our input. Index of returns the first index at which an element is present in an array, or a -1 if the element is not present at all. But why it doesn't work on maybe I can make a single array, but no. It doesn't work because I have to return the entire array at the end. Let me see what this does. It probably returns -1. Because I'm not accessing inside of the array. Yeah, -1. You put 2 here, let's say 0, 1, 2, 3. Let's see what this does. See, now returns 1, which is the number. So why when I put I it doesn't work? Because it doesn't know which one is going to be. That's the problem. So maybe I need to loop. Let's try that. Let me copy this. Actually, maybe it's inside of the I loop and I don't need the nested one. If parse index of next number different than -1. Return maybe this works. So it loops through the I, searching for one that is different than -1. When it founds, it returns the index. It's probably, so there's one more step outside of this, if this can do it, which is once I have this index, I need to use it. So I probably should create a variable here, and then I return this. And then let's see if this works on the Python tutor. There's more steps there. Okay, so found the thing. No, this is so did it return anything? Didn't found any. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Let's try to put this and make this a variable. C is still undefined. Maybe if I take this off. No. if I take this off. Maybe it's pop, r.pop. I'm still not defining inside of there. Don't know why. Maybe it's the other way around that I need to do it. Like this. And then it gives me this. Same thing, looping through. There has to be another way, I think. The way that I did it's not gonna work. You need to keep track of the array with the answer and the largest number of each subarray. Largest number of each subarray. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave this to another day. Yeah, have to go play some poker. Yeah, maybe if I think about this with a fresh mind, I can make it happen. think I'm gonna watch the video from the guy on how to do this also before I go, and then I try next time, and I'm back. In general, loops are always faster than function calls. Engine and compilers are highly optimized for loops. Function calls involve context switching, maybe measurement point. This sort function things are difficult for me. Okay, let me see how the guy from the videos did it. If he has a video on this, which probably he does. And then I will leave this for another day.
At DigitalOcean, we know that building, deploying, and managing your apps takes a lot more than just treading water. It especially when it comes to scaling.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to return the largest numbers in an array. Return an array consisting of the largest numbers from each provided subarray. For simplicity, the provided arrays will contain exactly 4 subarrays. Remember that you can iterate through an array with a simple for loop and access each member with the array syntax, so array at position I. You want to remember to use read search ask if you get stuck.
Tough one.
Okay, cool. So with this one, the largest of this 4, 5, 1, 3, 13, 27, 18, 26, we want to return, it should return an array. It should return 1001, 39, 5, and 27. Okay, so we want to return the largest number in each of those arrays returned as an array. So if we were, well, first off, let's console.log this guy so that we're seeing the result of our work. So right now we're passing in this and then we're getting back just the exact same thing. So we want to have, let's return, let's set a result array. And we just set that to set up to an empty array. Now with our last one, we had a way of saying, of iterating through each one. So what we want to do with the array, we basically have an array of arrays, right? And so this is at position 0, this is at position 1, this is at position 2, and this is at position 3. And so the first thing that we want to do is create a loop, right? So for, we can say let I equal 0, I is less than the array.length, and then I plus equals 1. Now if we were to console.log the array at position 0, or at position I, we're going to have, let's just comment this out for now. So we're just going to console log out. So now we're iterating through, this is at position 0, this is at position 1, this is at position 2, and this is at position 3. So this is individual arrays, right? So let's let individual array equal to that. And now if we were to console.log the individual array, we're going to have, we're just iterating through each one of these, right? Array.length, and then -1, because right now we're getting an undefined at the end. Oh no, we don't want that. Okay, array.length. And we're not actually returning anything, so that's why we're getting this undefined here. But what do we want to do? We want to add the highest number in this to our result array. So what can we do to do that? Well, we could iterate through each of these. So we could say we'll let j equal to 0. J is less than the individual ones, right? Because 4, 5, 1, 3, we want to just pull out the 5 from here, right? So we can say let the individual highest value, we're going to set that equal to 0 here. And so in here, we're going out with individual highest value. And with each iteration, when I is equal to 0, we're setting it equal to 0. When I is equal to 1, we'll switch over to here, and then we'll set the individual highest value again. So here we can say the individual highest value. Oh, okay, so we want to say if the individual highest value is greater than the individual array at position j, then we want to set the individual highest value equal to,
let's see. Yeah.
the individual array at position j, right? Now, why do we do that? Because we want to get the highest value. And so once we have set the individual, so this is going to keep iterating through until this is complete. And then we're going to say, we want the result to be pushed on. We want to add to the result the individual highest value. And then at the end, we're going to return our result. Okay, so right now we're saying individual highest value equal individual highest length. So now I'm just going to console log the individual highest value. It's 0 all the time. Why is that? Individual highest value is equal to 0. If the individual highest value is 0 is greater than highest value is less than the individual array. There we go. Now we're getting, so initially we're starting off at 0. We set it equal to 4, and then it's equal to 5. Then it's equal to 5 again because 5 isn't greater than 3, and then 1. And so at the bottom we have this 4, 5, 5, 5, 13, 27. But that's not what we want. We want 27, 5, 39, and 1001. So what the problem is, we need to set this individual highest value in a different place. Okay, cool. So what's happening here is let's see, I'm just going to get rid of this console log here, and we can just look at our result. So right now what we're doing is we're getting 4, 5, 5, 5. So we're pushing way too many values on there. So what's going on? The individual highest value, we're pushing it on each time. But we're pushing it on each time that there's a recurrence of an individual value. But we only want it to happen, we only want 1, 2, 3, 4 highest values. So 5, 27, 39, and 1001. But right now we're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 array values. And so that's 4 times 4 times 4 times 4, or 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. So that's why we're getting 16 values. So we need to do this result pushing, not at each point, but at the end of each array. And that'll give us the 5, 27, 39, and 101. Interesting.
I thought it was supposed to return the array that has the biggest value.
Huh, this should be working. The largest of 4. 27, 5, 39, 101. Weird. So I'm just going to take the results from here, or the function from here, and pass it into here. This should be 25, 48, 21, and negative 3.
It's inside of the loop and has to take it
The
off.
individual highest value. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay, so here we're getting negative numbers. We're just passing in negative numbers, which is not what we want, because right now our individual highest value, I set it equal to 0 to start with, but 0 is greater than negative 72, and 0 is greater than negative 3. And so we want to make this guy like negative infinity. And now we're getting the negative 3. So what was happening there is our individual highest value was 0, which is greater than all these numbers, and therefore we weren't able to actually address these issues. So yeah, what's happening? First off, we're going into this array, and we're saying, well, let's break it into individual array segments. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're doing another for loop within this nested array. And we set the individual highest value equal to negative 0, negative infinity, and then we've got our individual array. Our individual array becomes equal to this, and then we're saying, is 17 greater than negative infinity? Yes. So we save it as 17, and then we iterate through. Is 17 greater than 23? That's here. That's where we're going. The individual highest value. Is 17 less than 23? Or is 23 less than 17? No, is 17 less than 23? That's true. So we set the individual highest value equal to 23, which is the individual array at position j. And then we do it again, and 25 becomes the initial highest value, and then 12. And then we keep doing that. So once we go through this one, we know that 25 is the highest individual thing. And so once we've iterated all the way through this array, we break out, and then we push onto the result array the individual highest value, which is this 25. And then we do it through here. Again, we go through each one. 48 becomes the largest one, and we add 48. Again, through here, we do it to the 21. The individual highest number becomes 21, so we push it to here, and then the highest value is equal to negative 3 because it's smaller than the rest of the numbers, and then we push on negative 3. And if we run the test, they pass. Okay, cool. I hope you guys helped this one. This is called a nested array. That's what this is. And so you're adding, you're going through an array, and then you're individually going through each of the going through each of the inside arrays or the nested arrays. So yeah, hope this helps you guys, and we'll see you in the next lesson.
So you just push the next number here.
you're going through an array and then you're individually.
And returns result. It still doesn't work, but I'm gonna leave this for the other day. And yeah, this is it for today, so I'll be back I think Friday or maybe earlier. So yeah, see you.